place de la zone africaine de libre-échange et donc de la relation entre un secteur commercial reboosté
and the industrial production capacity. And from this point, energy occupies a central position, because industry without energy is not indeed an industry that is supposed to succeed, because energy is important. We also work on the green economy, the question of climate change, environmental questions, and access to energy, clean energy, green energy are part and parcel of the issues of interest to us. So, as a training center, not basic training, but capacity building programs to enable our countries and policymakers to make the right decisions on the basis of teams that are well documented, who know the challenges of development. We were actually delighted to get associated with this meeting. I would like to thank our colleagues from NEPAD, who invited us to, of course, join us in this reflection. I think it is salutary, and it falls within the program that we implement here with our colleagues of the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, for a certain number of curricula on several levels, be it academic, with a university-oriented network, which is more linked or destined for civil service and others like the private sector, and a certain number of curricula that we are designing that we shall be, of course, include in our new catalog of training. So, as I said, energy is part of the issues of great importance. I'm also delighted to see among us a certain number of colleagues from NEPAD who were here in December 2016 when, under the aegis of President Macky Sall, we launched the 16-16-16, that is 16 projects of infrastructure in 16 countries, and also cross-border elements, which are also very, very important within the framework of the development of infrastructure that we need for the, of course, implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals and Agenda 2063, which is positioned over and above everything that we have to do, because it's the continental agenda, and this aspiration includes the Sustainable Development Goals and National Development Plan. So once again, thank you, all partners here represented at the high table, who are on the other side of the room, who helped us to, of course, set up this meeting. Thank you, Government of Senegal, that has been, of course, hosting Senegal for about 56 years, and which is also always side and side with IDEP to go and implement its agenda. I think we can express our gratitude to a government which has always been on our side for some decades. So I want to thank you. And once again, I wish you a rousing welcome, and I wish you a fruitful week. Let me now give the floor to Mr. Kebe, who will speak on behalf of NEPAD.
Merci beaucoup. Bonjour, mesdames et messieurs, tout protocole observé. Je suis Tala Kebe.
The African Union Development Agency, NEPAD. I think this is a timely meeting that we're having because we just got the approval of the new structure, the mandate, the function, and the budget of the new African Union Development Agency, which is going to be focusing on implementing all the development projects of the African Union. So basically what I would like to share with you here very quickly is to sort of scope out the mandate of the African Union Development Agency, which is going to be focusing on, as I mentioned, on the implementation of development program that's project of the African Union Development Agency, which is covering the African Union overall. So basically, some of the key focus areas that we're going to have is, among others, we're going to have all the strategic planning. So we're going to have different directorates that will be focused, one, on planning, innovation, and strategic issues, including research. And one of the key areas that we'll be focusing on is actually on energy security planning. The second department that we have created, which has been approved, is actually on delivery. So the development agency is going to be focusing on implementing programs through projects across African member states on a variety of issues that include smart industrialization, capacity development, regional integration, knowledge management, science, technology, and innovation, and regional integration, as I mentioned. So we're going to have a variety of areas that we'll be covering, and energy security planning is one of the key aspects that we'd like to be focusing on. So we're going to have a specific emphasis on the least developed countries, so to ensure that we mobilize resources, which is part of our mandate as well, because we have the overall responsibility of mobilizing resources to support development projects. And the third directorate that we have is actually on knowledge management and evaluation. And that third directorate will cover or will encompass centers of excellence that we're going to develop, set up across the continent. And one of them is actually going to be focusing on resilience and energy, which are going to be set up and operationalized from Egypt, Cairo. The reason why the choice of Egypt is actually the massive investment that country has put in place and the technology and capacity that they have developed. And one of the mandates or functions actually of the African Union Development Agency is to package that knowledge. So now what we would like to do to achieve as an outcome of this policy dialogue and training is to have a clear understanding of the needs of member states. We want this actually to be demand-driven so that we develop programs that speak to the needs of member states, and we mobilize consequently resources and a partnership ecosystem that will help actually achieve the goals that will be set through this policy dialogue. Evidently, we are going to operate, as I mentioned, in a partnership ecosystem. We have partners such as the African Development Bank, the World Bank, and others that finance infrastructure in general, infrastructure projects, including energy. And the African Union Development Agency is going to be the operational arm of the African Union that will implement those projects. Within the ecosystem of partnership, we are also going to be working with the United Nations, several departments. IDEP is one in terms of capacity development and training, but also we have the United Nations that is focused on economic and social development based in New York. We have our colleague from OHRLS focused on least developed and landlocked countries. And we're going to leverage Istanbul Plan of Action and the Vienna Plan of Action that my colleague is going to be talking about to ensure that some of the objectives and needs that have been highlighted in the past will be addressed, and we put together all the resources that are required. The last operational department that we've created in the new African Union Development Agency is going to be focusing on technical cooperation, resource mobilization, and strategic partnership. Strategic partnership includes FOCAC, which is a China-Africa partnership, includes TICAD with the Japanese, includes the BRICS, and also we're going to coordinate all the activities of the African Union in terms of partnering with developed countries, OECD countries, through the G20 and the G7. I would like to stop there and just want to reiterate the fact that our development programs and project will be informed by what member states require. And we want to make sure that, we put together the platform that will mobilize resources, capacitate member states through knowledge by leveraging through partnerships. So I thank you very much and welcome again in Dakar. I have the privilege to welcome you as a Senegalese as well. So it's a real pleasure that we organize this meeting here. And I thank my colleague, we're going to meet, throughout this week. Mohammed and team will coordinate it, the overall organization on our behalf. So, Karima, thank you.
Thank you very much, Tala, and congratulations to Auda Nepad. So, shall we call it Auda now? Auda Nepad?
Absolutely.
Auda Nepad for some time. Okay. So, congratulations for this very positive move, and we wish you all the best. I think that with this latest news, the agency will definitely bring a very concrete contribution to the development of our continent and the achievement of the 2063 aspiration defined by our leaders. It's now my pleasure to introduce my colleague from the ECA, Anthony Munga, who will also give you welcome remarks. Tony?
Thank you, Director, and thank everyone in the high table. It's a pleasure to be here, and I recognize so many usual faces, in the sector, that I've interacted with a number of years. I'm not going to be long, Director. I just want to mention some few remarks in terms of the pace of energy transition. We, since 2015, ECA has been involved in what we call it the global tracking of the SDGs to see the progress. It's said to report that in our last report that we presented in New York this year, nothing has changed, pretty much nothing, particularly, for rural electrification. So the pace of energy transition is very, very slow. We need to quicken up. That's number one. Number two is that the energy sector, contrary to what we led to believe, is still very closed. It's a sector that doesn't allow wider participation of many people. And hence the sector, for its transition to be faster, we need to open it up. Number three, as I've mentioned that, rural electrification is very, very slow. We have countries that have about 2%. Look at Malawi, for instance. Rural electrification in Malawi is 2%. So we need to make a lot of effort that we are doing. We are more on urban electrification. We need to look at that. Then fourthly, there is a fourth industrialization. Industrial revolution is coming up. Therefore, it may require us to have a different thinking, on how we do things. Because if we look at it, the industrial revolution mostly focused on energy. Even if you look at the first industrial revolution, it was more on the coal, on the use of coal, to power, the steam engine. So, in each in phase of industrial revolution, the energy, sector becomes affected. Lastly, here we have in Africa human capacity, but we are not utilizing it, particularly at the country level. I believe that this type of initiative, could actually be used to do that. So within ECA, just as a last remark, what we do, we focus, on two things. The first one is our focus is on crowding in private investment in the energy sector. That's a one area. And then the second area is we focus on sustainability of the sector. That is how you increase capacity and you manage the sector. So these are the two areas. Throughout the training and the dialogue, we will be sharing some of the experiences, relevant experiences that we get here. So with that, Chair, I'll leave.
Thank you very much for letting us know what ECA is doing, and I'm sure you will have the opportunity to go into more details during the session and interaction with all our participants. And we are looking very much to this, forward to these discussions, because we will have to also listen a lot and learn from what our participants will let us know. C'est maintenant mon plaisir et mon honneur de présenter Monsieur Ba, donc, qui va prendre la parole au nom du gouvernement sénégalais et nous souhaiter la bienvenue. Je vous donne la parole.
I want to thank you, Honorable Director of IDEP. Good morning to all of you. I would like to on behalf of the Senegalese authorities to wish you a cordial welcome to Senegal, and also to thank you for your commitment on the side of IDEP and the Coordination and Planning Agency of NEPAD to, of course, set up an in-depth dialogue on the planning of energy in Africa. I would like to, at this stage, bring to the fore the fact that the Africa that we want through the Agenda 2063 program compels us to launch this type of initiative in order to try to find the ways and means of accelerating the implementation of the policies and programs of integration on the continent, including the energy sector. And within this framework, NEPAD has already, of course, shown the way. A lot of, progress has been made, and this is the point for me to, of course, congratulate the NEPAD agency for the efforts they are making in order to face up to the challenges that we are facing in the continent's development. I would like to also underscore, as my predecessor did, the importance of the energy sector and the stakes attached to it for a structural transformation of the economies of the continent. And through this initiative also, I would like to reaffirm the commitment, resolute commitment of the government of Senegal under the impetus of the President of the Republic, His Excellency President Macky Sall, who is in fact the chair of the Orientation Committee of the Heads of State, to work side by side with member countries for the real implementation of the policies and programs of integration, including the energy sector. I'm going to be very brief, and it is therefore on this remark that I'll declare open the dialogue on the planning policies, energy policies in Africa. Thank you for your attention. For giving us the honor of being here with us this morning. Thank you also for telling us the extent to which Senegal is really interested in the emerging Senegalese plan and even the investments made for an energy program, a program that involves clean energy and so on, and renewable energy. And I think this is an interesting experience that we would have to share as this dialogue goes on. So, ladies and gentlemen, the formal session has come to an end. And once again, I wish you a rousing welcome among us. My colleagues and myself are at your disposal for every support, logistical support that you may need. And I wish you all a very happy stay in Dakar. Thank you for your attention.
Chers collègues, good morning.
Dear colleagues, nous allons passer à la première session. La première session, fondamentalement, c'est vous donner l'introduction et les objectifs pour cette session combien importante. Si vous voulez, nous allons commencer avec cette slide qui provient des images satellitaires de Globe 2000.
All the night lights in the globe, and usually it captures up to 3 square kilometer. So if there is a pulp inside a house and doesn't illuminate, it doesn't capture. And what we see here is a clear understanding of the challenge that the continent is facing. So we will have, during the sessions, more data-driven and more special information about the continent's interconnective challenges. We all know and we all appreciate Africa has a transformation agenda. It's called Agenda 2063. Right now we are at the first 10-year implementation plan. We have 20 goals and 39 priorities, but also we are part of the global community, and we have 17 sustainable development goals, and these two goals, these two agendas are 90% convergent. Therefore, there is no any competition or duplication, and there is already an understanding agreement between African Union and United Nations. The AU reform, as you all know, started 2016 in Kigali, Rwanda. It's moving very well. And one of the key outcomes of the reform is, as my colleague mentioned, is the establishment of African Union Development Agency, NEPAD. This is one of the fruits of the reform. But the reform also has established financing of Africa's development priorities. And it has been already agreed and is under implementation, 0.02 levy to collect from member states in order to finance Africa's priority programs. This 0.02% now more than 30 countries has operationalized. This financing will cover 100% of operations of African Union. For example, my salary comes from there. 75% of development programs. Right now we are here thanks to the budget from member states. That's why we are relaxed, because we are using our own money to finance Africa's priorities. So 75% of AUDA NEPAD budget come from member states, and 25% come from development partners. And 25% of Africa peace initiatives should be funded by member states. Now, I would like to tell you that in this new era of AUDA NEPAD, this is the first programming initiatives that we started under the leadership of Mr. Talakebe. We designed this concept note, thinking and reflecting the vision of Dr. Mayaki, our CEO. The conceptualization of the concept note was done by Tala. Then what we did was we engaged with member states, 33 member states who are representative of head of states. We submit to them in Midrand, South Africa. They reviewed, they debated, they approved. So political endorsement already was done. From there, we took the concept note to Bahar Dahar in Ethiopia to submit member states to review and to budget. They questioned how we selected the 10 countries, plus Eswatini, that we added. We told them that we selected these 10 countries on the basis of evidence-based decision, which is that is where the challenges of access to electrification is pronounced. African member states totally agreed, and some countries advanced their support to these countries. Morocco, Algeria, Egypt, South Africa, Senegal, Kenya, they all show solidarity to support whatever they can support. And our budget 2020 was already approved. Then, when they approved in Bahar Dahar our budget, we said what we need to do is is to engage these countries, bring them together, and design program that reflects their priorities. Therefore, the main protagonist of this meeting is you. But we also are cognizant the reality that AUD and NEPAD, we cannot do everything. We need partners. So our partner of choice is United Nations Economic Commission for Africa. Because this UN agency is dedicated for the development of Africa. So we engage with them. We engaged also IDEP to provide a platform for capacity development. But we engaged also IRENA, which provides in-depth expertise and knowledge about the dynamics of renewable energy. We engaged also United Nations. We have a representative from the United Nations, New York head office, that is going to do one of the first sessions. We engaged that are dedicated for least and landlocked countries. So they sent their representative. But we engaged also expertise at the national level. And we brought Council of Scientific and Industrial Research of South Africa, one of the top-notch institutions of the continent. We visited, myself and Mr. Talakebe, and their leadership told us, this is the resources you require. We don't want money. Just take it and go and help Africa. They came here for free. They are here with us. But we need also, one of the key regional building blocks of the continent is the regional economic communities. We brought them with us. But we also engaged the Commission and the family of African Union in general. And where there is expertise, we harness, including our own NEPAD expertise. As example, we brought here Professor Al-Misri, who has a distinguished career in the domain of energy. We brought as much as possible people we can bring. But taking into consideration the reality take place at the national level, we brought also Africa TIP, because they have presence at the national level. Therefore, the objective is quite clear. It comes exactly from the approved concept note, and it's talking about how to do resource planning. Despite all the efforts that is taking place in the continent, the challenge of energy security, the 633 million, remain there. So we said what we want is to improve our energy resource planning that can drive the national development goals. We need to design energy priority plan with member states, the 10+1 countries. The budget is there. Now it's you who have to design what is your priority. This is technical meeting. Understanding the whole chain of energy. Efficiency is one of the low-hanging fruits from generation, distribution, and transmission. Capacity also is an issue. Hence, IDEP for us is a critical partner because it gives us a platform to train our people so that things happen at the national level, and then we can tap it at the regional level. And most importantly, linking energy to other sectors. We are all suffering the limitation of sector-based approach, or what they call silo approach. We are all suffering, all of us. And here is where we want to unblock this limitation and see how energy can drive, as per Istanbul Plan of Action or Vienna Plan of Action, how energy can drive irrigation, for example. 300 million hectares of land, only 7% is irrigated. Food security will never be achieved relying on rain patterns that are erratic. How can we improve access to water also? How these two can improve production and productivity and create regional trade value chains. How this can improve the condition and standard of living of our people so that we can attain the Sustainable Development Goals. As my colleagues mentioned, the pace is very slow. Despite all the things that are happening, we need to accelerate. And we need to appreciate where it's possible regional integration. So I will stop here. Before we move into the first session, I would like to give you are the main protagonist, to introduce yourself and to say whatever you want to say for a few minutes. Thank you very much.
My name is Ambassador Amadou Diallo. I'm working for AUD NEPAD, based in Dakar, West Africa Agency. I'm a senior program officer.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is El Misiri, and I am with NEPAD, or AUDA NEPAD Energy. Just actually want to take that opportunity to thank Mohammed for really highlighting the main purpose of our meeting here today. And if I want to say something, just want actually the meeting to take note of previous work which is being done along the area of energy planning. There is a lot of information is available, a lot of work which is being done at regional and continental level, and I hope we build on what has been done before, not to repeat what was done. Thank you.
Merci, bonjour à tous. Mon nom est Alawi Mambota. Je suis du Togo. Je suis directeur général de la GTE, qui veut dire Agence d'exécution des travaux urbains du Togo. Et en même temps, ici, je suis là en qualité de président d'AfricaTIP, qui est donc l'association africaine des agences de travaux d'intérêt public, qui comporte 20 agences dans 7 pays. Au sein de notre association, il y a quelques agences qui travaillent dans le domaine de l'énergie, et ça nous intéresse au plus haut point de ma présence ici. Je vous remercie.
Bonjour tout le monde, je m'appelle Nopenyo Dabla, je suis togolais aussi, mais je suis chargé du programme Afrique subsaharienne à l'IRENA, l'Agence internationale pour les énergies renouvelables. Donc c'est un plaisir pour nous d'être ici, de participer à cette discussion et de voir comment nous pouvons en termes de développement des énergies renouvelables et comment ça pourrait être utile à atteindre les objectifs de l'agenda 2063. Donc nous aimerons vraiment participer au débat. Merci beaucoup.
Hello, good morning everyone. My name is Asami Miketa. I'm a senior program officer working at the International Renewable Energy Agency together with Nopenyo. I work at the Innovation and Technology Center based in Germany of IRENA. I've been supporting some African countries on energy planning and capacity building project, and I'm happy to share our experience with you over the week. Thank you.
Bonjour, mon nom c'est Lambert Koti. Je suis du Bénin. Je suis de l'AfricaTIP également, le réseau des agences d'exécution en Afrique, qui a beaucoup, disons, contribué au développement des infrastructures en Afrique subsaharienne surtout, Je crois que beaucoup de gens qui sont ici, on a été invités. Au-delà de ça, l'intérêt pour l'énergie, bien entendu, pour une association des agences d'exécution n'est pas, c'est-à-dire n'est plus à démontrer. Cela intéresse beaucoup parce que le développement de l'énergie facilitera bien sûr le développement de l'Afrique. C'est devenu une lapalissade. Et personnellement, moi, je suis le président du conseil d'administration d'une société de gestion d'énergie renouvelable. Alors, en tant que tel, la planification de la gestion de l'énergie en Afrique est très importante pour moi et pour pouvoir permettre effectivement de faire également la planification de l'entreprise sur plusieurs années. Cet exercice sera très important. Effectivement, si cela se développe, ça permettra effectivement aux entreprises de faire également des planifications à long terme. Merci beaucoup.
Bonjour, je suis Astoba Ndiaye. Je suis la secrétaire permanente du réseau Africatif toujours. Donc le réseau, comme M. Alaoui et M. Koti vous ont dit, en fait le réseau est basé à Dakar avec 20 pays, enfin 17 pays plutôt et 20 agences. Les agences interviennent dans différents domaines en matière d'infrastructure. Donc on travaille également avec tous les bailleurs de fonds. Et donc aujourd'hui, l'occasion nous est donnée de participer et de donner un peu de mettre notre contribution dans tout ce qui est développement en Afrique et surtout dans le domaine de l'énergie. Donc c'est une expertise 100% africaine avec que des Africains et on est créé depuis 1989. Donc c'est pour vous dire un peu l'apport qu'on peut vraiment apporter au NEPAD, à l'agence du NEPAD et dans l'exécution, la mise en œuvre et dans la réalisation des objectifs 2060.
Good morning, colleagues. My name is Esa Roro. I'm from the Council for Scientific Industrial Research, based in Pretoria, South Africa. I work in the Energy Center, responsible for the energy supply and demand research within the organization. And I'm really very happy to be part of this initiative. And we looking forward to share our expertise and experience that we have developed over the number of years, and thank you so much.
Good morning, participants. I would like to thank the organizers, our hosts, for this retreat. My name is Chintu Nyago. I'm an ambassador representing Uganda in South Africa. The vision with which our political leadership offered to transform NEPAD into AUDA has to be appreciated. This in addition to the enthusiasm with which the NEPAD and African Union Secretariat embraced the aforementioned summit decision. Based on the guidance of our founding fathers and mothers, the African Union and its sister agencies as AUDA NEPAD are owned by the people of Africa. This ownership by the African people is highlighted by the fact that today, as we meet here today in Dakar, the city of Leopold Senghor, the norm in Africa is to have civilian elected governments. AUDA's relevance to Africa is highlighted by its vision to select as one of its initial projects the project of supporting renewable sustainable energy. The African countries congregated in this room have enormous energy potential, and the participatory tapping into this would unleash Africa's required socio-economic and political qualitative transformation. The type of renewable energy in Africa today includes geothermal, wind, solar, which are well endowed on this continent. Our participatory participatory harnessing of this potential will enable Africa to engage and benefit from the fourth industrial revolution.
Bonjour à tout le monde. Je réponds au nom de Denis Ndagijimana. Je suis directeur de la programmation des investissements publics au ministère en charge des Finances et de la coopération de développement économique au Burundi. Je suis très ravi de faire partie de ce dialogue qui est très riche vu son contenu. Surtout, je suis beaucoup intéressé par la modélisation, je dirais la modélisation de la demande et de l'offre énergétique. Donc, je crois que c'est ça qui va servir pour une bonne planification. Et aussi je suis content parce que je considère la planification énergétique comme une politique industrielle transversale, c'est-à-dire qui affecte beaucoup de secteurs de l'économie. Je crois que j'aurai à gagner beaucoup de choses dans les échanges, et aussi je crois que moi aussi je peux partager ce que je sais. Merci beaucoup.
Merci. Je me nomme Diane Bamorifi. Je suis cadre au niveau du ministère en charge de l'économie. Alors, je voudrais remercier les organisateurs pour cette session et ce dialogue. Alors, l'attente principale, c'est de voir ce que nous sommes en train de faire au niveau du Burkina Faso. Est-ce que nous sommes sur le bon chemin? Et je crois qu'à travers les échanges, on verra. Et nous osons croire, en tout cas, qu'au terme de cet atelier, de ce dialogue, nous partirons avec des expériences des uns et des autres pour dire que ce que Mohamed a dit, en termes de planification énergétique, nous, au niveau du Burkina, on a quand même des documents, mais on verra avec les autres, est-ce que, comme je l'ai dit, nous sommes sur la bonne voie. Donc, je pense que c'est l'occasion pour nous. On va écouter beaucoup les gens, beaucoup les experts, pour nous enrichir et voir comment améliorer la planification énergétique au niveau du Burkina Faso. Je vous remercie.
Ok, merci. Bonjour à toutes et à tous. Ok. Je me nomme Karamoko Ouattara. Je viens du Burkina Faso. Je suis conseiller en économie et développement. Je sers au sein de la direction générale de l'économie et de la planification pour le compte du ministère de l'économie et des finances. Pour ma part, je suis intéressé déjà de voir s'il y a des possibilités de voir comment améliorer les statistiques énergétiques dans ces États qui sont un peu, je dirais, en difficulté en matière de production énergétique, de consommation, aussi de services énergétiques de façon générale. Puisque pour mieux planifier, il faut disposer notamment d'informations scientifiques, d'informations techniques, quantitatives, qui va permettre de mieux faire les anticipations. Et il se trouve que pour pas mal de ces États, il y a une réelle difficulté en matière de production statistique. Ce qui fait qu'en termes de planification aussi, ça pose des insuffisances, aussi bien pour décliner un peu les indicateurs en termes d'attente, mais également en termes de suivi, des instruments qui sont élaborés à cet effet. Donc, vraiment, mes attentes, moi, à ce niveau, c'est de voir comment est-ce qu'on pourra mieux être outillé en matière de production statistique, mais également en matière d'élaboration d'outils de suivi, notamment en termes d'indicateurs de suivi, en tout cas des variables énergétiques. Merci.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Nolwazi Kumalo. I'm from the Kingdom of Eswatini under the Ministry of Natural Resources and Energy. I'm a senior energy officer under the energy planning section. I'm looking forward into sharing our experience in the development of Eswatini Energy Master Plan and how energy modeling can be used as an integrated approach under the energy planning. Thank you.
Bonjour, moi c'est Madame Kani Hawa Seydou, je suis la directrice de la coopération économique au ministère du Plan Niger. Et je pense que pour un meilleur développement du continent en général et de nos pays en particulier, il est très important d'intégrer systématiquement les questions énergétiques dans les programmes et projets que nous élaborons au niveau de nos différents pays. Et j'espère que cette plateforme va nous permettre de s'inspirer des initiatives des autres pays pour comprendre comment le faire à bon escient. Merci.
Good morning. I'm Matamba Silva Richbill, an economist under Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development in Uganda, specifically under Economic Development Policy and Research. I'm just here to see, because we are the enablers, to see how we can enable achievement of whatever is decided here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We appreciate the invitation to this very important forum. We will be sharing as we continue with our discussions. I am Winnie Stewart, Principal Secretary in the Ministry of Natural Resources and Energy in the Kingdom of Eswatini. We will be engaging in discussions on how the kingdom has been assisted by IRENA, the International Renewable Energy issues. That's the roadmap that the country has. It makes life very easy once you know exactly where you are, where you want to go, what you want to achieve. We have also invited our Statistical National Department to be part of our key stakeholders, especially on qualitative data analysis and collection, so that we know what we have, how much we have, where we need to go, where we need to prioritize. Thank you very much for the warm welcome that we received from the International Airport. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Damian Namuera. I'm head of Renewable Energy Department. I'm working at the National Director of Energy in the Minister of Mineral Resources and Energy in Mozambique. As a long period of time, we're dealing with conventional resources. My expectation with the programs is to share experience and get more information. How to improve energy planning with renewable sources in order to achieve 2030 or 2063 agenda of sustainable development goals. Thank you.
Good morning, all. I am James Romeo Kuruma, Deputy Director of Planning, Policy and Research in the Ministry of Planning and Economic Development in Sierra Leone. Sierra Leone is a country, as you know, in the West Coast, a small country with only 74,000 square kilometers of land, and we are endowed with 8 freshwater rivers crisscrossing the country. Irrigation is zero. There are a lot of resources, but industrial development is a challenge given the problem of industry. And I should be here with the Secretary of Energy. He is coming today. We've made a master plan on energy, and I hope it's in line with the SDGs and the African agenda. If anybody should be happy to come here today, it's me, because I know now to power our country. Our country has everything but energy. If we get energy, we will be a very powerful country. So I'm very happy to be here. I come with keen interest and ears open to learn on what to do from this gathering.
Morning to everyone. I am Namusa from the Kingdom of Swaziland. I'm the chief economist. I appreciate the time here, and I just want to say, from my perspective, I see energy as an enabler for economic development and growth purposes. And I wish to encourage everyone here to look at energy supply from a regional perspective, such that those countries that can develop energy at much cheaper level can ensure that as a region we have supply of energy at a cheaper rate in order to encourage all the countries to grow and develop and ensure that it is affordable, it is accessible and available for all countries. Thank you.
Bonjour, je m'appelle Khalifa Palm, je suis conseiller technique du ministre de l'énergie du Burkina Faso et actuellement le Burkina Faso est en train de faire de gros efforts dans l'investissement dans le domaine énergétique et surtout sur les énergies renouvelables. Actuellement, il y a plusieurs centrales solaires qui sont en train d'être installées et dans les zones rurales, il y a des mini-centrales solaires qui sont aussi en train d'être créées pour faire des connexions avec les réseaux nationaux. Ce serait intéressant pour nous de connaître les expériences des autres pays dans ce domaine, surtout ceux qui sont en train de se développer dans le domaine énergétique, leur plan d'action, leur façon de voir les investissements à venir nous intéresse et ça nous permettra d'orienter dans les discussions notre ministre dans la prise de décision. Je vous remercie.
Bonjour à tous, je suis Madame Ramada Abderrahim Ndiaye. Je suis la directrice générale adjointe du ministère de l'économie et de la planification du développement du Tchad. Et donc, le Tchad est intéressé à plus d'un titre par la question énergétique, car nous avons mis au cœur de notre développement, au cœur de notre plan quinquennal, notamment 2017-2021, la question énergétique. Donc, c'est une question transversale et une question cruciale pour toutes nos actions de développement. Et donc, voilà pourquoi nous espérons que cet atelier, surtout dans son esprit d'intégration, puisse nous permettre à tous de tirer profit pour la mise en œuvre de nos politiques énergétiques. Le secteur de l'énergie au Tchad est l'un des plus faibles de la sous-région Afrique centrale, notamment parce que la consommation énergétique des ménages ruraux et urbains repose essentiellement sur la biomasse, donc le bois et le charbon de bois. Et donc, tous les risques environnementaux que cela représente, mais également les risques économiques. Voilà pourquoi nous avons adopté récemment la lettre de politique énergétique qui prône la transition vers le mix énergétique et notamment le développement des énergies renouvelables avec le soleil en abondance qui est sous-exploité. Et puis également la réduction de la consommation d'énergie à base de produits pétroliers. Merci beaucoup et bons travaux à nous tous.
Bonjour, mon nom est Garba Abdoulazizou, directeur adjoint du Centre national d'études stratégiques et de sécurité à la présidence de la République du Niger. Nous sommes en charge de mener des études prospectives et aussi de faire de la planification stratégique. Donc, ce qui justifie ma présence parmi vous. Merci.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Kolile Ngumalo. I'm the senior economist from the Ministry of Natural Resources in the Kingdom of Eswatini. I'm responsible for planning. I'm excited that to learn that one of the objectives of this dialogue is to link or rather assist member countries in terms of how we can link energy access to water, because the tendency of most of our countries has been to accelerate the energy access and the living water issues behind. For instance, in our country, our energy access is way above 70%. But when it comes to water, we are not even sure where we are. We always talk of coverage. So I'm very excited about these discussions. Thank you.
Morning, everyone. My name is Muzungu Diakolo. I'm the first counselor and the head of economic unit at the DRC Embassy in Pretoria. And then I'm the focal point of my government for the granting projects that you all know about. For this specific dialogue, as you all know, also with our experience in such delivering such infrastructure projects, we know that the delay in delivering those projects can be due to poor planning, failed institutional arrangement, and lack of coordination at different levels, domestic, regional, and continental level. And I really hope with this dialogue, we'll try to shorten or let's say close the gap between the policy making and implementation through an efficient planning. And then as an African, I'm very tired of telling people that I'm living in a very rich continent, a continent which is potentially rich, while the poverty is a daily reality in our life. So through this dialogue, I think, and then sharing experience, we'll hope that will improve our economic governance, policy planning, and foremost our institutional and human capacity in order to deliver strategic projects for the betterment of our people. I'm very excited for this dialogue. Thank you very much.
Good morning. My name is Marcelina Mataveia. I am Deputy National Director of Energy in the Ministry of Mineral Resources and Energy in Mozambique. In our country, we do have so many challenges in the energy sector. One of the challenges is to continue to diversify the energy matrix. we do have so many resources. We have renewable and non-renewable sources of energy. Also, we do have the challenge of continue to increase the energy access for our population, especially in rural areas. And for this challenge, renewable energy will play a very important role. And also, we are doing our legal framework reforms. So I would like to thanks for this opportunity to being here, participating in this important dialogue. And I believe that I will have opportunity to share experience and learn from others in order to be able to address our country challenges. Thank you.
Bonjour à tout le monde. Moi, je m'appelle Denis Salvatore. Je travaille au ministère de l'hydraulique et de l'énergie des mines au Burundi. Je suis le chef de service études et planification à l'agence burundaise de l'électrification rurale. Le partage d'expérience dans ce dialogue va être bénéfique pour moi et pour notre pays, étant donné qu'il fait partie des pays dont le taux d'électrification est très bas. Je vous remercie.
Bonjour, mon nom est Lamine Aris, je suis responsable du volet économie, donc à la Direction générale de la planification et des politiques économiques du Sénégal, du ministère de l'économie, du plan et de la coopération. Donc je suis très heureux de participer à ce débat sur la politique de planification énergétique. Je vous remercie.
Bonjour, je m'appelle Antoine Faye, je suis ingénieur énergéticien à la direction de l'électricité du ministère du pétrole et des énergies. Merci.
Je suis Paul Kabouré du Burkina Faso, au ministère de l'énergie. Je suis directeur technique de l'agence pour le travail de l'électrification rurale. C'est vraiment avec plaisir que je participe à cette session, parce que c'est une occasion, une opportunité pour nous, surtout au Burkina Faso, de profiter des expériences des autres, particulièrement en électrification rurale, où nous avons un taux très faible, moins de 4%, mais nous savons que les efforts qui sont engagés par le politique qui comprend aujourd'hui que l'énergie est le moteur du développement. Et maintenant, c'est de mettre en place les instruments nécessaires en matière de financement, en matière de ressources humaines pour booster ce développement. C'est vraiment une opportunité pour moi de profiter des expériences des uns et des autres pour apporter plus de tonus au développement, particulièrement en milieu rural, pour l'accès à l'énergie. Je vous remercie.
Good morning. I'm Esther Luara from Malawi. I work for Department of Economic Planning and Development. I'm in the division responsible for public sector investment program. I'm excited to be part of the team, and I hope that at the end of the week, with all the experiences we have here, we'll be able to improve our energy planning in our country. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Regina Kurugomba. I come from Malawi. I work with the Department of Energy Affairs and the Malawi Rural Electrification Program, the program which is responsible for increasing access to rural electrification in Malawi through using grid and off-grid options. I'm glad to be here. Thank you very much.
Bonjour, je suis Bob Mabiala. Je travaille à l'agence pour la promotion et le développement du projet Granting en RDC. Je suis l'assistant principal du ministre en charge de ce projet et je suis aussi le chef de projet. Je vous remercie.
Moi, je suis Maïmoussa Mourima. Je viens du Niger. Je suis directeur de l'ingénierie à l'agence nigérienne de promotion de l'électrification rurale. La situation énergétique du Niger se caractérise par un taux très faible d'accès. Si nous prenons le taux national est de 12,93%. En milieu rural, il est de 0,93%. Nous venons actuellement d'adopter une stratégie nationale d'accès à l'électricité qui vise l'accès universel d'ici 2035. Donc nous sommes là pour partager les expériences et puis relever le défi qui est le nôtre. Je vous remercie.
Bonjour, moi c'est Salif Yaji Hakimi, je viens du Niger, du ministère de l'énergie. Donc le Niger a un taux d'accès à l'énergie très bas, bien que nous avons le plus grand potentiel énergétique qui est le soleil. Donc je pense avec ce dialogue et l'échange d'expérience va nous permettre de prendre des décisions pour que notre population puisse en bénéficier dans le cadre de l'énergie, dont nous savons qui est la base de développement économique de tout pays. Je vous remercie.
Je salue tout le monde. Je réponds au nom de l'armée d'Aboua Corbet. Je travaille au ministère de l'Environnement, Eau et Pêche du Tchad. Donc, je suis très content de participer à cette rencontre qui met le problème de l'énergie au centre du débat. C'est une occasion de confirmer que le développement de l'énergie renouvelable peut valablement soutenir l'effort des pays africains pour le maintien ou l'augmentation du taux d'accès à l'eau potable des populations. Merci.
My name is Tasfai Zacharias from Eritrea. From Eritrea, I work as a Director General of Energy in the Ministry of Energy and Mines. First of all, I want to give my gratitude to AU NEPAD for the invitation to participate in this workshop to our delegation. In line to that, I want also to express my appreciation for the countries who have contributed in doing their best for the meeting to take place. Of course, the energy is a non-negotiable issue because energy is everything. Energy is a vehicle for the economic development of all countries, for agricultural development, industrial development. In line to that, I want to express the importance of renewable energy. Of course, as all the participants has expressed, there is big potential of renewable energy in Africa. But up to this time, is not tapped or exploited. What I want to say is to tell you is about a little project that is a solar energy project in our country. Of course, it's, there are different contributors, mainly the EU, and now we are energizing the urban areas where you can see the Christmas tree in the night. Very beautiful. What I want to say is renewable energy is beautiful, not only in the days, but also in the night. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Sophie Kanguma. I'm from Malawi. I work for the Department of Economic Planning and Development. I'm responsible for monitoring and evaluation. I'm glad to be here. I know that this meeting will also focus on the integrated energy planning. So as the one who is responsible for monitoring, I'll be much interested on the information management and evaluation, which is the key aspect when it comes to assessing the efficiency of the action plans within a specified period of time. Thank you.
Bonjour à tous. Je suis Jean-Baptiste Maté. Je viens de la République démocratique du Congo. Je travaille au ministère de l'Énergie, à la cellule d'appui technique, qui est une structure d'avis technique et d'orientation pour le ministre. Je suis fier d'être dans cet échange puisque en ce moment, nous sommes en phase de préparation de la politique des énergies renouvelables et du plan directeur national sur l'électrification. Et je pense que dans ce forum, je vais gagner un plus que je pourrais mettre en pratique dans ce que nous sommes en train de préparer. Merci.
My name is Tesfai Gabriwat. I came from Eritrea. I'm working for the Minister of Energy and Mines and Director of the Renewable Energy sector. I'm very happy to participate. I'm very happy to participate in this dialogue and share experience. Thank you.
Bonjour, je suis Judith Bandila. Je suis de la RDC et je travaille à l'administration du ministère de l'Énergie et Ressources hydrauliques. Et je travaille aussi avec l'équipe qui participe à la formation et aux études sur la planification du secteur de l'énergie avec l'AUA, donc l'Agence internationale de l'énergie atomique. Et je suis contente de participer à cette réunion, surtout parce que dans mon pays, à part le grand projet dont ont parlé mes collègues ou les responsables qui sont venus avec moi, nous pensons aussi développer le service énergétique au niveau du milieu rural. Et c'est toujours intéressant de développer les priorités du pays et le besoin, parce que là-dedans, nous voulons lier le secteur de l'énergie avec les autres secteurs. Et je vous remercie.
Bonjour, je suis Nichenz Gaëtan. Je suis membre de la délégation burundaise qui a participé à cette séance de dialogue. Bon, sinon, je suis l'inspecteur principal de l'énergie au ministère de l'hydraulique, de l'énergie et des mines. Bon, tout à fait, le Burundi est un pays qui a un faible taux d'électrification à cet RSI, mais le pays s'est doté déjà d'un plan directeur de production, transport et distribution de l'énergie électrique avec un plan national de développement pour une échéance de 10 ans depuis 2018 jusqu'à 2027. Et tout à fait, au quotidien, je dois suivre de près la planification stratégique et leur mise en œuvre. Et pour cela, je m'attends à bénéficier d'une expertise relative avec des échanges qui seront menés au cours de ces assises. Je vous remercie.
My name is Abdo Natwine. I work with Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development Uganda, and I head the division of electricity supply. I am happy to be part of this dialogue. I think it is my first time to associate with Auda NEPAD. I have been hearing about it. We have requested funds for projects preparation, but we had never physically participated. So we are happy to share whatever will be shared in here to give our experience, also to learn from our colleagues from fair African countries. Just a brief on Uganda energy sector. It is one of the African countries now that has power surplus. That one doesn't mean that we don't have challenges. We are struggling to extend this power to the load centers where it is supposed to be consumed. And I think integrated planning in this case is very important for me on how we can plan better and how we can learn from our colleagues. Generation is dominated by renewable energy and mainly from hydro, which is over 80%. We have solar and we have cogeneration as well. So in brief, that's the energy sector for Uganda.
Bonjour tous les participants présents à Dakar. Je suis Albert Wright du Niger. J'ai 78 ans. Et il y a 50 ans, à l'IDEP, ici, j'ai participé à une réunion qui a été présidée par feu le professeur Samir Amin. Il nous avait réunis, nous les acteurs de l'énergie. Je suis un chercheur physicien en énergie renouvelable. Il nous avait réunis ici pour voir comment mutualiser nos moyens pour maîtriser les questions énergétiques dans notre continent africain. Nous avions passé des semaines dans des villages sénégalais pour voir quel était l'impact technologique et scientifique apporté dans ces villages pour changer la qualité de vie. Et au retour de cette session, dont je détiens encore toutes les conclusions, c'était que cet impact était quasiment nul. La situation n'a pas tellement changé. Je suis du Niger. Nous sommes encore en train, à 80% ou plus, de brûler du bois pour faire la cuisine, de dévaster notre territoire qui est en pleine région sahélienne et qui n'a pas de ressources en bois. Et nous dépendons quasiment de l'extérieur pour assurer nos besoins énergétiques. Et pourtant, je viens de dire que j'ai 78 ans. 50 ans, j'ai travaillé dans le développement des énergies renouvelables en Afrique. J'ai été associé à tellement de réunions. Sur le continent africain, il y en a plus de 50. Je peux les citer, plus de 50, conduites par l'OUA, conduites par la CEA. Souvenons-nous que l'OUA et la CEA ont œuvré pour rassembler les efforts dans des centres régionaux comme le CRAT, Centre régional africain de technologie, le CRES pour l'Afrique de l'Ouest, Centre régional d'énergie solaire. Pour le continent africain tout entier, voilà des collègues burundais qui viennent de s'exprimer avant moi. Il y avait le siège du CRAES, Centre africain de l'énergie solaire à Bujumbura. Il n'en est rien résulté. Et pourtant, il y a eu des efforts de l'OUA, aussi bien pour la valorisation du potentiel humain, parce que l'action humaine commence d'abord par la qualité des hommes. Donc, il y a eu la mise en place à l'échelle du continent africain du RAIST, Regional African Institution for Science and Technology, ou en français, le rassemblement des étudiants, professeurs, intellectuels, chercheurs et des académies africaines. Il y a même eu la mise au Congo-Brazzaville d'une académie des sciences, n'est-ce pas? Bon, il y a eu encore quoi? D'industrialisation même à Bamako. Et puis tout cela, pour l'Afrique de l'Ouest en tout cas, s'est effondré par l'action extérieure, notamment de la Banque mondiale et du Fonds monétaire international, qui ne voulaient pas voir se développer en Afrique un savoir-faire local en matière de capacité de production des systèmes. Parce qu'à Bamako, par exemple, il était question de construire des panneaux photovoltaïques pour couvrir les besoins énergétiques de la région. Il était question de se concentrer sur la production de centrales techniques à concentration pour la production d'électricité pour tout l'Ouest Afrique. Et puis tout cela s'est effondré avec la pression extérieure sur nos États qui n'arrivaient pas individuellement à mobiliser des ressources pour développer un savoir-faire local. Tout s'est effondré avec leur embrigadement dans les programmes d'ajustement structurel. Alors maintenant, lorsque j'ai été invité à la présente réunion par le NEPAD, j'étais heureux et dubitatif en même temps. Qu'est-ce que je viens faire ici? Et qu'est-ce que j'en attends? Qu'est-ce qu'on peut en tirer? Que peut faire le NEPAD pour réactualiser, je vais dire, les rêves d'antan, c'est-à-dire asseoir quelque part en Afrique la capacité de faire dans la production scientifique et technologique pour résoudre nos vrais problèmes. Et lorsque l'on entend tous les experts présents ici, des jeunes aussi bien que des anciens, on se demande, mais pourquoi nous ne réussissons pas? Parce que déjà, chaque État, nous avons des États lilliputiens, ils ne peuvent pas rassembler assez de ressources humaines, scientifiques, techniques pour posséder des centres capables de faire naître sur le sol la capacité de faire. Admirateur de la pensée d'un Nkrumah au moment où naissaient nos indépendances dans les années 58-60. Et je me dis, mais finalement, cet homme-là avait raison. Avait raison, nous n'avons pas été capables de réussir l'idée de Africa must unite. Et je reste un partisan convaincu jusqu'au tombeau que tant que l'Afrique ne réussira pas à s'unir, à mutualiser les efforts, déjà sur un plan régional, Ouest-Afrique, Centre-Afrique, Sud-Afrique ou Centre-Afrique, on peut regarder les choses comme on veut. Je suis, dans mon domaine spécifique, par exemple du solaire, convaincu qu'une union, une vraie union, une mutualisation des efforts, ressources tant humaines que matérielles, dans des pays, par exemple, de la bande solaire, comme le Tchad, la Mauritanie, le Niger, le Burkina Faso, le Soudan. Avec ça, vu l'état aujourd'hui du développement de la technologie d'exploitation des ressources solaires, on aurait les moyens.
Had the mean to provide electricity with low price of the kilowatt hour to all the African continent. But each state is confined in his own boundaries to think that he can develop. I don't know. When Nepal organized a meeting such as this one, 50 years after IDEP, because I came to Dakar in the 60s, in the 76 with ENDA, we have organized meeting with all the experts of energy. Personally, I did some presentations to the directors. I gave courses on all the directors of energy in the way to mobilize resources to boost the use of renewable energy to solve the problem of energy, which are crucial. What separates differentiate human being and the beast, other than the capacity of exploitation of energy? When the primitive people have discovered fire, it is from then on that energy has been put at the disposal of human being to allow him to transcend the problem of nature. And nevertheless, we still are here organizing meeting and asking ourselves what is the way out. So I have a hope. My hope is that the dream before become reality. I remain convinced. You see, I have been associated to all the problems of trial of achievement by the scientific, my fathers and my big brothers. The first engines, the thermodynamic engine, have been developed in Dakar by Professor Masson, accompanied with Gerald Villiers, a French engineer. The first engine, thermo-solar engine, have been developed in Africa. In our country, Niger, the greatest scientist on the continent, Professor Abdou Moumouni, who was my professor in GCA level, and later on I was the collaborator, and I was lucky enough to come after him as Director General of the Center, Nigeria Center of Solar Energy. You see, despite all these things, Professor Abdou Moumouni was the inventor of the solar engine, thermodynamic solar engine, the result of which and the result of the application are now solving the energy problem throughout the world. Go to California in the United States. I was lucky enough to go there because I have worked in Sandy National Laboratories. I was associated to the operation of the first power plant, concentration power plant in Albuquerque. And go and see what happened in Texas, in California. There are up to gigawatt hours of solar energy. Solar energy, the technological know-how exists and it is controlled. Go to China. China have made, set up a program up to the dimension of 10 gigawatt hour of solar power plant by 2030. And we solar potential, the biggest resource by looking at all the country, how many real African scientists can we count which are able to build solar sources and engines and to have on the spot the human potential, construction engineers and high-level technicians and energy engineers. You see, and we are trying to implant the African network of technicians and researchers. We attempted to gather all the engineers, this human potential in the continent, and there also with no success. In the middle of our way, we stopped everything, and in the end, I wonder, our African organization, Africa Union. Now we are talking about CFTA, Continental Free Trade Area. What is the African country taken individually that have got the capacity of industrial basic infrastructure to achieve competitive technology? Chairman, time for the break. The interpreter are asking to pay attention to the time. Thank you. So I think that we have the privilege of the experience and the youth. Now we have the right to talk and to share what we have experienced and to fear the adventure or the misadventure be followed. I mean our incapacity to mobilize our effort, to mutualize our effort, to do something for our population, and who remains confined, closed in areas, zones that do not have everything. You know that we don't have drinking water, let alone electricity and air. Thank you very much. Microphone, sir. Bonjour, je suis Malama Tchereche et je viens de marché commun pour l'Afrique de l'Est et australe. Je travaille comme économiste en énergie et juste pour réitérer ce que mon précédent a dit, c'est-à-dire comme quoi l'électricité c'est le facilitateur du développement des ressources énergétiques. Nous croyons à la connectivité régionale, cela est important si nous voulons rendre l'énergie disponible et sécuriser notre région. Et je pense qu'il y a des exemples qu'on peut utiliser. Et vous savez que maintenant, dans la région, si vous regardez
they have an energy crisis, you know, they have a shared dam, which between the two of them maybe is like more than 2,000 megawatts, but right now they can only generate maybe 30% of what they should be generating because of climate change issues. And then so you have like on the Zimbabwean side you have 18 hours of load shedding. On the Zambian side now they have like 5 hours of load shedding on a daily basis. But if they were properly interconnected, I think these are some of the challenges that they could have avoided. Thank you. I hope maybe some of these issues will be dialogue. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Crescent Mushwana from the CSIR, the Council for Scientific and Industrial Research in South Africa. And our focus as a research institute, we have the Energy Center there, where we've done a lot of work around energy planning. And we are basically focusing on being technology agnostic in terms of planning to make sure that the energy plan speaks to all energy sources available in the country. So we've done some work in South Africa which has resulted in policy implementation and policy support for the government. And now we're starting to see a lot of traction in terms of the work that we've done, also in terms of industrial sector, wanting energy plans done specifically for them. And we believe that the work that we have done could be adopted or adapted to fit country-specific needs. And I've heard like a lot of challenges that are being mentioned around here with regards to different countries. And I believe that with an integrated approach to energy planning that we have done in South Africa, there are some aspects that can be adapted. And there are some new things that we can learn in terms of the needs from the different countries to make sure that we assist one another in terms of the work that is being done. And South Africa, in terms of renewable energy development, has made some strides in terms of being like in the forefront, and everything centered around being clear in terms of our policy. And the policy started from proper integrated planning approach, which didn't just only focus on renewables, but all energy sources in total. And that has assisted all players in the energy sector to rally together behind the plan to make sure that it was implemented. And we believe that this can be done for various countries, and we hope to participate and also to learn from the different countries to see where we can provide assistance. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Ntomfuthi Ntuli. I also work for the Council for Scientific and Industrial Research in South Africa. I must say I appreciate the invitation to share the experiences of the African countries in terms of energy planning. And I look forward to sharing the experiences of South Africa. We currently have procured about 6 gigawatts of renewable energy, which includes solar PV, wind, and CSP, of which operational is about 2 gigawatts and others are still under construction. So there's a lot of lessons that we have gone through as a country, and we're looking forward to sharing all of that, but more importantly to learning from other countries what the energy planning and renewable energy deployment situation is in the African continent. Thank you.
Bonjour tout le monde, je suis Akiri Flora, chargée de communication à la Commission africaine de l'énergie. Merci. Mon directeur vous donnera plus d'amples informations sur notre commission.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Joseph Monge.
Je m'appelle Joseph Monge de la Commission de l'Union africaine.
My name is Joseph Monge from the African Union Commission. I'm policy officer in charge of renewable energy. First of all, I want to appreciate the work that IDEP is doing towards helping the countries that are least electrified and trying to uplift them in terms of energy access. And also to mention that this project that you are doing really perfectly matches or fits within one of the projects that African Union is doing on the harmonization of electricity regulatory framework in Africa. So we feel like it's really complementing the work that we are doing at African Union. Since this project aims to facilitate creation of a vibrant energy market in the continent, and also this project looks into mobilizing the huge financial and technical resources required to provide modern energy to all Africans. Still to mention some of other projects we are doing, one of them is called for bioenergy. We appreciate or we know that most of our African countries are very different in terms of bioenergy resources. So this project we are helping different regions to adapt to what bioenergy resources they have, if it's maybe for cogeneration or if it's maybe for like clean cooking stoves and the like. Other projects that we are doing include the geothermal risk mitigation facility, which the gentleman on my left really started, and this has been one of the very successful energy projects that AUC is undertaking. We are also in the process of designing small hydro, solar, and a project for island states to help them. Okay, maybe just to start with a small hydro and the solar project. This one, our intention is just to try and map where are the resources or how far has the continent developed in terms of solar and small hydro, and try to identify what are the policy gaps that are preventing this project really to progress. When it comes to the small islands, this one, the intention or the aim is to design a facility similar to the GRMF, mainly to reduce or to lower the lists for early stage lists when developing renewable energy in the small island states. I think perhaps at the end maybe we shall get a few minutes maybe to present some of the things we are doing. I don't know, maybe this is just a request I'm passing. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. My name is Rashid Abdullah. I am Executive Director of African Energy Commission. This is AFRIC. First of all, I would like to thank the organizer, IDEP, for this invitation. And I think this meeting, it is come in the right time, Since now we are witnessing change in landscape in terms of the institutions. AYUDA, they are new-born institution as the implementing agency of African Union, and also we have African Union, we have REC. It is good together to know who doing what, so that we can work in complementary way rather than competitive way. In terms of Africa, we are a specialized agency under African Energy, including policy development, energy data and statistics, and also provide some technical support to the country. But for the last year, we are known as we are providing energy statistics. But recently, since I took over in last year, we developed a new strategy, and this new strategy based on the 5 pillars. The first pillar is to improve the African energy information system, is the African statistic, which is a very crucial and critical, and I think many countries, they are mentioning it. And now we have a very comprehensive evaluation to what we are doing. And also the other pillar is we have a program on bioenergy, we have a program in energy efficiency, we have a program in oil and gas, and also we have a program in energy transition. I will be very happy to present this pillar to you to see how we are complement each others as institution and how the country can benefit from this strategy. Actually, I need to also come to my colleague where it mentioned that regulatory framework for electricity sectors. And as Professor Al-Misri, he mentioned also, we need to look at what's existing and build on it. African unions, they did really amazing study on regulatory framework for electricity sectors. And they have a very detailed action plan for how we develop electricity sectors. And I'm sure you will can find a lot of answer to the question raised here. And I appeal to you, maybe you can give Joseph some time to present, especially the action plan. It will be very useful for the meeting. In terms of the other things about energy statistics, I see that some countries, they mention that the energy statistic is a crucial, like Burkina Faso and Eswatini. And I'm very happy to discuss with them individually to see how we support country to develop only those countries, but other countries, we are open to that. And by this, thank you very much for invitations, and we hope to have a very good deliberation.
Je suis Jérémy Ouedraogo. Je suis de l'Agence de développement de l'Union africaine, NEPAD. Je suis le responsable pour la région ouest africaine et je suis basé ici à Dakar. Après que mes chefs aient parlé, je n'aurais pas voulu dire un mot, mais après avoir écouté notre aîné, je voudrais simplement dire que la diapositive que Abdi Salam a présentée a été un choc pour presque nous tous de constater que l'Afrique était comme une zone sombre sur une map monde illuminée. Et cela interpelle bien sûr sur les expériences qu'il faut absolument partager. Et c'est en cela que je voudrais véritablement dire merci à Tala Kebe et Abdi Salam pour avoir invité notre aîné ici, qui nous rappelle ce qui a été fait.
And who reminded us what have been done 50 years ago, so that we can be inspired by that, and particularly to remember what are the challenges that remain to be faced, challenges that have been identified 50 years ago. And I do think that in the meantime, many a thing has been achieved in view of the small experiences exchanged during the introduction of the country. But we do realize that the challenges of integration, the challenges of pooling together the comparative advantages remains in order to allow us that the final product, wherever it is developed in the region, be made available to all the countries according to the comparative advantages, as I said. I would like, therefore, ladies and gentlemen, to wish that the time be given so that the countries will say what they do, and exactly that in planning, concrete proposals be done so that maybe in the 50 years to come, we wish the professor to live 50 more years, that he will see the result of what had been initiated 50 years ago. Thank you very much. Bonjour, je suis Nana et je suis du bureau du haut représentant des Nations Unies pour les pays enclavés et les pays insulaires à New York. Et notre bureau est responsable, parmi autres choses, à faire le plaidoyer de ces pays, les paiements et les pays enclavés. Et donc, nous essayons de rassembler les organisations des Nations Unies, les secteurs privés, les partenaires au développement, pour les rassembler, pour discuter des questions qui affectent ce qu'on appelle les pays vulnérables. Et l'énergie représente un des points importants que nous traitons et qui est inclus dans ce
program of action for the 3 groups of countries. I'm very excited to be here to engage in the discussions as well as to contribute and to also get first-hand information on the priorities and the vision of the continent on these issues. This is very important in that it will inform our discussions in New York and everywhere where we engage with our partners. I can also say that these discussions are quite timely, as we are currently working on we are undertaking the midterm review of the Vienna Program of Action for the landlocked countries. And we are also starting the discussions on the new Program of Action for the least developed countries. So the consultations are starting next year, and what will come out of this dialogue is very important in terms of what will be included either in the midterm review of the Vienna Program of Action or in the upcoming, in the new Program of Action for the least developed countries. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Mercy Kingori from IDEP. I'm part of the organizing team and have been interacting with all of you. It's good to put the face to the names and emails. We appreciate for making time to join us and looking forward to fruitful discussions. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your remarkable introduction. And we follow African tradition. We don't respond, we reflect what you said. Your words had you were not only team that really did not succeed. The whole Africa did not succeed. That doesn't mean we are criticizing anybody. We are criticizing ourselves that business as usual has serious limitations. Structure development that has achieved remarkable Can I show this? Yes, come on. However, this is not time to blame each other. This is time to reflect what our elders say. If you take, for example, PIDA, as I said, PIDA has 316 projects on infrastructure, transboundary water, energy, surface transport, and ICT. Only 57 has been operationalized. This is a fact. We are not here to fight. We are here to reflect. If I take electricity access percentage of the population and I put forecasting up to 2050, the rate, the pace is unacceptable. Because this data is data that is used by CIA and it's telling us these are our countries, the 11 countries present here. And you will see most of the countries, by 2050, some countries will not even reach 50%. We are saying this is not acceptable. And we will not accept this. This you don't see it very well, but we will have a session where we are going to discuss these countries that are present here, a lot of energy data. We are going to see also some special data, how energy interface with land use, how energy interface with the access to water. We will do a lot of special economy, but that will come later on. Now, what we would like to do is to continue this pace where our people here, the experts that we brought here from different partners, will provide the support. However, the ownership of these dialogue sessions is owned and is led by member states. So we want to have accountability mechanism between AUDA, NEPAD, and its partners vis-a-vis member states. Accountability mechanism. What does it mean? We need to know what you want. You are the technical expert. Political endorsement has already taken place. Now, you need to decide what is your priority on the different thematic issues we are going to have. And on the basis of that, we are going to design the program of action, we are going to allocate necessary resources, and we are going to execute under your leadership. Some projects, some actions will be at the national level, some actions will be at the regional level. It's very clear that we are all moving towards corridor integration. There is a Chad and Burkina and Niger. It's a clear corridor there. There is Sahel corridor. Eritrea is there sitting. But we are going to link phase 2 to other countries in that area so that we have a corridor. There is a reason we selected Eritrea. There is a reason we selected mighty DRC and Burundi and Uganda. We are going to link with other countries there. There is already infrastructural projects under PIDA that are moving. We are going to link. One quick story is that French anthropologist went a small village 200 kilometers south of Algiers during the war. There was a small community of Arab and Berber cultivating a little bit of crops, all of them poor. All of them poor. Inequality, zero. Gini coefficient, Zero, because they are all poor. Then she went back to France. After 30 years, she came back. She arrived the same village. And she realized 5% of the community become very rich. The 95% of the community become poorer than before. She said, what happened? They said, well, we did two things only here. What are they? Well, we had a program of malaria funded by WHO, and this helped us child mortality to reduce and elder people to live a little bit longer. Remember, 1 out of 13 children die before 5 until today. This is a shame of Africa. And they said we put also, they paved a road to link to Algiers. These are the two beneficial developmental work that took place in that community. That road was culprit of that inequality and that unbalanced development. Because what happened? Group of people, very innovative, ran away from this crops business, went to their sheep and cows, kill it, take the meat, and became a petit bourgeois. Less people are farming now. So production of crops become less. These people, they focus their meat and they sell their meat to the people in the urban city in Algiers. So you created this equilibrium immediately. Few people are benefiting, but the majority remain poorer than before. And food security became even worse than before, and malnutrition and all their negative impacts. You see, that is silo approach. That's exactly silo approach. Hence, we brought here people who understand and people who are in charge of Ministry of Planning. Because when we go to the countries, this morning I was chatting with colleagues from Malawi. We have 14 projects in Malawi. But my colleagues from Malawi, they don't know. And I don't blame them. Because the way we program is that we go to a country, do a small project. In South Africa, we say small Mayana project. 2-3 years, it finishes, come back, and that is the end of the story. We are changing that approach. Now, whatever we do, there is accountability mechanism that it has to be driven by a national development plan of the country. And on the basis of that, we do our programming. Now, please take a note that this agenda is your agenda. Therefore, the sessions and the implementation of this agenda must be very flexible, and we take into consideration your input, your real input on the agenda. So we are subject to flexibility. But what we are interested is you to take ownership of these sessions. So we are going to have a break, and we are going to have a photo group. Before that, I would like to give the floor my colleague Ron to give few remarks. So the break will be 15 minutes. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm not making a presentation, so we can relax. I just wanted to obviously align with the rest of the team earlier in welcoming you to Dakar, and in particular to IDEP. These premises where we are, we've been hosted here since '63 by the government of Senegal. And so the idea is for me to just sort of bring IDEP into perspective. For some of you, it might be the first time that you're here or hearing about us. But before that, just to apologize for the mix-up this morning at the entrance. We'll resolve that with respect to people getting their badges in the course of the day today. Tomorrow morning, that doesn't happen again because you just tag and get in. So that was just a bit of a mix-up, so apologies for that. And I also heard that some colleagues had challenges at the airport getting. The authorities work very well with us. We never experience challenges, even for countries that may be part of a certain list and so on and so forth. But we did hear that this morning, and so we apologize for that. And obviously, we'll be conveying this with our colleagues, to our colleagues, just to make sure that we do not experience it again. And I hope that does not, make you question the idea of Teranga. It's really present. This is a very welcoming place, Senegal. And over the course of the week, I'm sure you're going to enjoy it as you get to know the place itself. As far as IDEP is concerned, we were established in '63. So we've been around for 56 years by the General Assembly, and we're a subsidiary of the Economic Commission for Africa. So the colleague Monga, who was here earlier, is from our mother body. And we were established primarily to provide capacity development services to member states. We were actually established at the request of member states who wanted to have a dedicated Pan-African institution that would accompany them in the development efforts by providing capacity development services. And that's what we've been doing over these 56 years that we've been in operation. And we're not into sort of theory level type stuff because we're dealing with public officials and other stakeholders that are involved and contribute to development at mid to senior executive level in governments and other services that of the public sector. Although we've expanded our reach now, it even includes the private sector and so on and so forth. And so we do this through on-site trainings, either that happen here or in various countries, decentralized across the continent. We have online training as well, and we do sometimes combine online and on-site training. We have events such as this, where we spend quite a lot of time critically examining certain development issues and drawing input from experts, and of course, providing that knowledge further on. In addition to that, we've got some knowledge management services that you come to to know within the course of the week. So I just wanted to put that in perspective, because one of the reasons why our colleagues from AUDA and NEPAD, ably led by Mr. Talakebe, are working with us and the ECA and so on, is because we've also been looking into this critical issue of energy, and we've come up with a program that we feel very confident that it is going to address the issues that are challenging us as per what we've just heard, 50-something years, and we still haven't moved the needle much. And this is something we are going to be doing in partnership with all the players and under the leadership of AUDA NEPAD. And so we feel, that, or rather we are privileged that you are here with us, the partners, the experts, the country, the participants from member states. And we are very, very, we're going to be paying quite a lot of attention to what you say, because we want to learn what exactly are those challenges that we need to move the needle, or rather to sort of address so that we can move the needle. So without taking much time, I'd like to wish you all a fruitful week in which we spend more time hearing from you rather than telling you what we know. And then hopefully after that we can, interact much more in addressing those challenges together. us from a capacity development point of view, and others from many other technical angles. Thank you very much.
Let's go and have a photo and a coffee. Thank you. Okay. Colleagues? Hmm? Thank you very much, everybody. I would like to give the floor to my colleague Nana from UNHRLS. Yes.
Thank you, Program Director. I would like to make a quick comment before we start the session. My name is Yanis Muzungu. I'm from the DRC. Referring to all the introductory remarks that we did, we said that a program should be led by the member state. And then according to the protocol, going through the program which was presented to us, I wanted to find out first if you'll give us the opportunity as a member state, as participant, to agree with the program. That's number one. Number two, we also said during our introductory remarks that we want it to be a kind of, we'd like to have also a session where we'll be sharing experience. But going through the program, there are only presentation that we'll be receiving and then making comments on the program. There is no way where member states are given the opportunity to share their experience. So I would like maybe the organizing committee to look into that issue, and then maybe there are also people here that are willing to do some presentation, so we can also maybe give also opportunity to other people who feels that they can make also do some presentation. It will be welcome. And then finally, we are in Senegal, so the program to me, yes, we are here to learn, we are here to share experience. The program seems also a little bit heavy. Is it possible maybe to have a kind of flexibility? Maybe on the last day, on Friday, if we can have all the sessions be closed maybe by 12, so give also people opportunity to have a look or to visit that beautiful country which is hosting us. So those are the issues that I would like to bring to your attention. So if I have to summarize, number one, people be given opportunities to share the experience, and then also those who are willing to make presentation during the dialogue should be afforded the opportunity to do so. And then on the last day, if we can have a kind of flexibility to finish by 12, so we can have time to walk around Senegal. So those are my submission. I thank you, my chair.
Any other comments? Thank you very much, DRC. Madam from Eswatini, and then I will come. Eswatini first. Eswatini.
Thank you, Program Director. I went through the program last night, excuse me, and I thought that where the program gives a crystal presentation and it also shows areas of discussions, I thought that's where member states can come in and then share their experiences in line with the topic that would be given. Even if they digress, it's still fine, because we want to give our experiences, as my colleague has just pointed out. Thank you.
Merci. C'est une doléance. On se rend compte de l'impérialisme de l'anglais sur le français de plus en plus à tous les trucs de l'Union africaine. Ce qui fait que, de retour, les francophones ne...
Of our documents, and so all the francophones were not able to use the documents. So what is the use in coming to a meeting like this where all the documents are exclusively English? Well, we are lucky, at least there is interpretation during the seminar. But once we return, that's the end. We cannot correctly use the documents because they were not translated into French. Maybe some efforts have to be made in this direction. I think through the African Union and so on, we should take account of the French-speaking countries, at least a little, as regards the documentation that goes round. I've seen all the slides that you've given, 1 to 5 days, all in English. I think this is just a little bit of, element that I want to bring to your attention. I want to endorse the views of my friend, Mr. Koti, who has just expressed himself. Outside that, I want to know where somebody will be taking notes. Will there be any, USB keys or somebody taking notes so that we don't get overburdened? Has this been catered for? Thank you.
Thank you very much for the floor. I just need to raise one issue. I look at the program and I look at as drafting concept note. What I miss in the concept note and the program, there is no door to evaluate what is going now in Africa. As I mentioned, in African Union, I think NIBAD also part of it, we developed this regulatory framework for 2 years. And this regulatory framework includes the policy and the action plan in regional, in continental, in national level. And also this program includes long-term, short-term, and medium-term. So I don't see it in the program. And really, we need to see what is going on. So to build on it, we don't need this program to invent the wheel. We need to see where we are, and we go from there. And actually, it is not only AUC. There are another institution like REGS, what the REG is doing, like African Development Bank, they have this E5, they have a program on energy. Also, we need to know what they are doing. And from that point, it will become like a departure point instead of starting from scratch. This is my point.
Thank you, colleagues. Very much appreciated the comments. The comments made by colleague from DRC and Eswatini is very much welcome. As you see in the agenda, it's a living document subject to your approval, validation, and ownership. We are also very keen to finish earlier than anticipated so that the wealth and the rich culture of Senegal can be shared with our colleagues. But due to timing, and the necessity to accelerate, as we are sitting with a budget to be executed, we make this workshop plan in a short term. So we apologize for the inconveniences. But please note, the presentations are just there to give you antipasto, to tease the discussion. So they cannot and they will not go beyond 10 minutes. After that, the floor belongs to member states. But what we want is these presentations to stimulate the discussion you will have among you. We are just here to take a note, to understand you, and to support you. We expect you to take the lead. Malume Mandela said, if the wise man keep quiet, the number of the fools will multiply. I'm not saying there is fool here. All I'm saying is, the wise man here in this room is the member states. So we expect you to take the lead, and we are here to follow, to understand your real input and to change the agenda according to your needs. This is what we are just proposing for you. The issue of en français, it is a mistake from us, not only French, but we have here Arabic-speaking people, we have also have Portuguese-speaking people, and as you know, AU official working languages are 5. So as per AU rules and regulations, all the documentation should be translated into all the AU working languages. So this is a fault from us, and we would like to apologize for the inconvenience. The idea of taking into consideration what is happening in the continent today is a very good idea, and we are not, and we will not start from scratch. But the point is, there are a lot of results at the continental level, there are a lot of things happening at the regional level. Here the emphasis is what happens at the national level. As I said before, and I'm repeating myself, AUDA NEPAD is more than 70% funded by member states. This workshop we are sitting here is funded by member states. So we are subject to follow the priorities of the member states and to build on the success that our member states are achieving, but to understand also where they have challenges and gaps so that we can support them technically and financially. So if you agree with me, we can start this session. The reason why we start this session from our sister from United Nations in New York, she flew all the way to Dakar, she's a sister from Botswana, is really to start this, the substance of these sessions, the global approach. AU, as we are continental body, but there is UN that is global body. Has to start the substance. And then we go into technicality of different topics, and each topic will be presented to 5 to 10 minutes, and then member states will decide if this topic is relevant for them or not. They will decide what to discuss. We propose, you dispose. Thank you. So if you allow me, we start the presentation of our sister from United Nations. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon once again. As I mentioned this morning, I'm from the Office of the High Representative. I know a lot of people don't know much about this office, so I'll just tell you a little bit about it. It's the Office of the High Representative for Least Developed Countries, Landlocked Countries, and Small Developing Island States. And what we do, our mandate is mainly to advocate in favor of these groups of countries that are normally referred to as being vulnerable. And we look after like 91 countries falling in these 3 categories. And what we do is we also mobilize and coordinate all parts of the UN to support the implementation of the program of actions for the 3 groups of countries. And we also mobilize international support from the private sector, from the UN and all other stakeholders. Like I said, we oversee the implementation of the program of action for the 3 groups. I'll only focus on the 2 because I believe we don't have small island development states in this group. So the first program of action that I'll talk about is the Istanbul Program of Action, which I had mentioned the implementation of it is coming to an end in 2020, and the process for a new program of action will be starting next year. So the Istanbul Program of Action has an overarching goal. I think that for both the 2 programs of action, the overarching goal really is to achieve sustainable development in the 3 groups that I've talked about. So the Istanbul Program of Action charts out the international community's vision and strategy for the sustainable development of the LDCs for the next for the decade that's coming to an end in 2020. I'll still talk about it even though it's coming to an end, because I believe from our own assessment it shows that the implementation has not really reached the objectives. So some of the issues that are there are still going to be taken forward, like the issue of energy. Not much has been achieved. I think this has been mentioned a lot this morning. So energy is still one of the issues that's going to still be brought forward in the coming plan of action. And for the landlocked countries, we have what we call the Vienna Program of Action, which also the aim is really to achieve sustainable development in the landlocked countries. But the landlocked countries have their own special challenges because of their landlockedness, because of their isolation from the markets, because of their distance from the seaports. They have to transit through other countries, so they're faced with several challenges, including cumbersome border processes, and they also have there's also issues of infrastructure, especially transport infrastructure, that they have to deal with. So the Istanbul Program of Action has a number of principles that are there on board on the presentation PowerPoint or above my head. I cannot see there. But the first principle is of the Istanbul Program of Action is the country ownership and leadership. So it means that this is even though this is decided at the international level, at that high level, the countries still have the ownership of implementation. So what is important is that the member states, the LDCs, what they have to do is they have to mainstream what is in these plans of action. Because otherwise, if it's just agreed and it's left on its own and implementation doesn't happen at national level, there is no use for this decision. So the countries have to take ownership of implementation. The other principle is the principle of integrated approach. This really refers to promotion of policy coherence and consistency. The policies are not supposed to be implemented in isolation. I think what that has been the message since this morning, the policy integration and building that coherence. The other principle is that of Guinean partnerships. I'm not going to explain all of them because some of them I think are clearly self-explanatory. And it's also result-oriented. As part of implementation of, or overseeing the implementation of this program of action, we also do the follow-up and find out how if countries are following up in the implementation, and the expectation is that there should be implementation and we should be able to see the results. And we report on this on yearly basis through the Secretary General's report on both the three programs of action. The other important principle is that of peace and security. If there is no peace or security, the implementation of this program of actions is undermined. So the peace and security is in the forefront of the implementation of the Istanbul Program of Action. There is also equity, and I think the voice and representation are also kind of interrelated. The international economic system and architecture should be inclusive and responsive to the special development needs of the LDCs, and ensure that there is effective partnership of these countries at all levels. And there has to be a balanced role of the state and market considerations. So the Istanbul Program of Action has a number of priorities. One of these priorities is productive capacity. It's very important to build productive capacity in these countries if we are to achieve sustainable development in the LDCs. And building productive capacity entails ensuring that the infrastructure, the necessary infrastructure is in place. Energy is one of the things that also fall under building the productive capacity. Agriculture and food security is important, especially for Africa, where I think where the food security has been highlighted as one of the key challenges. The other priority is on trade. The LDCs are marginalized from trade. They don't participate much in trade. And according to the assessment, even if we go at the rate that we're going, the LDCs will not even be able to achieve the goals that have been set for the 2030 on engagement in the international trade. The other priority is commodities. Here, the priority is really to make efforts to reduce commodity dependence. We know the challenges of heavy reliance on commodities that are affected by fluctuation in commodity prices, that are affected by climate change. So the objective is to achieve structural economic transformation in the LDCs. So I keep using both interchangeably in the LDCs. So to achieve that structural economic transformation, it's very important that the issues that I have mentioned before, building the productive capacity, having sustainable energy, having the infrastructure, science, technology, and innovation, and the private sector development are taken care of. And then we have human and social development. We cannot achieve this if human and social development is not taken care of. There has to be education, and this education has to be relevant and tailor-made to our needs. So a lot has to be done to make sure that our education is relevant to what we want to achieve as Africa. And the other priority is to address the multiple crises and other emerging challenges. That this include the economic shocks, the climate change. So the LLDCs should be able to should be capacitated, or should have the capacity to deal with the multiple crises that include the economic shocks and the climate change, and also disaster. And one of the other priorities is to mobilize financial resources for development and capacity building. And this includes domestic resource mobilization and development financial assistance, and addressing the external debt, and also bringing in foreign direct investment. I want to emphasize here the importance of domestic resource mobilization. We have realized that over the years now, the official development assistance is slowly going down. So it's very important that we have strategies in place for the LDCs to mobilize resources. And it's very important that we have strategies also to take advantage of the remittances. The other important priority of the Istanbul Programme of Action is good governance at all levels. I think that is for the landlocked countries. though both program of action want to achieve the same objective of achieving sustainable development, the Vienna program of action for landlocked countries is specifically to address the challenges that are faced by landlocked countries. So we have about 32 landlocked countries, landlocked developing countries worldwide, and majority of these are in Africa. 16 of them, half of them are in Africa, and most of these countries are also least developed countries. Out of the 16 that are in Africa that are landlocked, I think only 3, Zimbabwe, Botswana, and Eswatini, do not fall in the LDC category. So you can see that being landlocked impedes the development of these countries. So the Vienna Program of Action aim to address challenges that are because of being landlocked. And the aim is really to change these countries from being landlocked to being land-linked. These countries their main challenge is having high trade costs. Trade costs high trade costs translates to high cost of goods and services. It means that if we were to import a bottle of water, if one country is it's a coastal country, if it has to pay $1 for it, a landlocked country would probably pay $3 for the same bottle. So the high trade costs translate to high costs of goods and services. Likewise, if a landlocked country has to export, it means that they also sell their goods at high prices. So it means that they are not competitive in the global market. And due to all these challenges, they are not able to attract foreign direct investment. So the Vienna Program of Action really aims to address these challenges that are brought by being landlocked. And it also has 6 priorities. The first priority is on fundamental transit policy issues. And here the aim is to ensure that the LLDCs enjoy freedom of transit and they have efficient transit to reach the ports. There's nothing that they can do about the distance, but if they are able to address the cumbersome border processes and transit processes are addressed, then they can contribute to reducing the cost of doing business in the LLDCs. The other priority is infrastructure development and maintenance. The transport infrastructure, in particular, it has some challenges. We have some gaps, especially if you compare Africa to other regions. Africa is still lagging behind. Also on energy and information communication infrastructure. So this priority really emphasizes on development of this infrastructure and also its maintenance. There has always been issues of maintenance where the infrastructure is built. Sometimes there isn't good maintenance such that after a few years that infrastructure is not usable anymore. And then the other priority is on international trade and trade facilitation. Like the LLDCs are also marginalized from trade. The trade is more commodity-based. They are not so diversified, and so the aim is to ensure that the LLDCs build a productive capacity to allow them to be able to participate in international trade. And then the other one is regional integration and cooperation. Regional integration here relates to many aspects, relate to trade, relate to infrastructure development, including transport infrastructure, energy infrastructure. The other priority is on structural economic transformation. I have talked a little bit about under the LLDCs on the structural economic transformation. And the other priority is the means of implementation. How do we achieve all these priorities? How do we facilitate implementation? How do we get the resources? This can be, like I have mentioned, under the Istanbul Program of Action. This would still recognize the importance of ODA. Emphasis is really put on domestic resource mobilization because the ODA is not there to stay. It's going down, and I believe some of the countries will soon or in the process over the years will graduate from being LDCs, and that ODA will further go down. So there has to be strategy. Organizations, the private sector, and the development partners to discuss these issues and see how we can facilitate or fast track the implementation of this of these priorities, including energy. And one of the recommendations that has come up in the recent midterm review of the Vienna Program of Action has been that we need to enhance collaboration in promoting cross-border energy trade and energy transit through transmission line of the third countries. I'm just highlighting just two of those recommendations. And that the landlocked countries in particular should develop national energy policies to promote modern, reliable, and renewable energy with a view to significantly enhancing capacities in production, trade, and distribution. And there were a few challenges that were identified during the midterm review. This has been that there's still lack of investment resources, and there's also lack of long-term development strategies and policies that hinder the growth of the energy sector in our countries. I would also like to touch a little bit on one of the points that was raised this morning, that I think it was by ECA, that the energy sector in most of our countries is quite closed. That is true. For investors to come through, they would look at your policies, especially for the energy sector has both the goods trade and has also the services. So if under services, the sector is still not predictable, that can be discouraging for the investors to come through. So I think the energy sector in our countries is. And from my own observation as well, I'm more of a trade expert than the energy. So the other observation that I've made is that our countries tend to stay away in the norm setting. Sometimes if we feel I'm not talking not as OHRLS, as from my own, as an African sister, he's we tend to stay away from the international norm setting, where we feel that we are not ready or we don't have enough capacity. There are discussions at the WTO on environmental goods, which also entails trading with things like solar and things like that. Most of our countries are not participating in those negotiations, and and because of staying away, we don't know what's happening in there. We cannot put forward what our positions are on some of the issues, so we tend to be left behind. So I would say it's very important that even if we may not agree to something, we can take a position of an observer so that we can be informed, and maybe in the process of knowing what's going on there, we can then join into the negotiations rather than just staying away, because the norm setting will still continue whether we are there or not, and they will take positions that may work against us. So we need to somehow try to get involved. With that, I'll say thank you.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chairperson. I'll begin by pointing out that on that famous Mandela quote, to avoid complications, you may possibly in future refer to both men, wise men and women. When I was in New York, with the Uganda mission at the United Nations, I keenly followed the work of the department of the honorable member. I would like to add that department that deals with landlocked states and small island states, less developed. I would like to add that it's not by God's grace that Africa has the most number of landlocked countries. It's not by bad luck or an act of an accident. It's a result of our colonial history, the arbitrary formation of our boundaries by, in this case, white men, old white men, invited by Count Bismarck in Berlin in 1888. No African was there. And that's how we got all these landlocked countries. And they are mainly, as has been pointed out, in Africa. It's not by accident. It's an historical fact of injustice. So you find that many countries, actually, even the DRC itself is effectively, I mean, it has a coastline at Matadi, a small coastline, but most parts of the DRC are really landlocked, say Eastern DRC, more landlocked than Uganda, which is also a landlocked country. Crucially, our political leadership have presented interventions that these days that seem or that aim at transforming our marginality as landlocked countries into an opportunity. This is, for instance, happening through the formation of the Common African Market, the formation of regional blocks, SADC, East Africa Community, ECOWAS here, which we were just informed recently that is even introducing a common currency. So all those interventions aim at making our landlockedness to be an opportunity. In fact, as I speak, Uganda is possibly trading more with its neighbors than the outside world, mainly with the Kenya, South Sudan, the DRC, Rwanda. Those are some of our main markets. Definitely we cannot in Africa have sustainable trade, say as landlocked countries, without power, without cheap or affordable power. Hence the relevance of today's deliberations. I should add that it's also not by accident that most countries that were invited here are landlocked. Because again, you find that there's a correlation between being landlocked and access to power, access to energy. So, today's deliberations offers us a realistic hope. Uganda has enormous sunshine. We are on the equator. We have enormous sunshine, geothermal, and wind potential, wind energy potential. So those are some of the issues that we could possibly benefit from AUDA NEPAD's power initiative. Thank you.
Okay, my question is more on trying to link in energy development and industrial development in different countries. So for most countries, even countries outside of Africa, the strategy has been to impose local content requirements on the industry. And in some cases, that has proven to be a challenge, especially with the World Trade Organization, where it is felt that perhaps it's anti-competitive or very protectionist in nature. So I would like to find out what is your view first on that? How, because on a competitive basis, it's very difficult to develop renewable energy industries, especially in countries that doesn't have a huge uptake in terms of capacity. So how do we develop industries as maybe as countries or as regions in Africa and link it up with the renewable energy development?
Colleagues, the floor is open. Professor Al-Misri.
And thanks to the presenter for a very informed presentation. I just have a question on your definition of least developed country. On what basis actually you describe a country as a least developed one? Is it based on the GDP or something else? And does this terminology of least developed country appeal to the countries which they've been described as least developed, or it makes them actually agitated? No one country wants to be named least developed country. This is my first question. Second one, can you just actually tell us what positive achievement to the least developed country? Thank you.
Let me give the floor to really now member states to take and discuss among you. So we want very interactive discussion. You know, what challenges are you facing in terms of implementation of this high-level plan of actions? Are we aware of them when we do planning? If we are implementing, what are the challenges? So the discussion should be really more into inclusive and interactive. But let me give the floor to my colleague to highlight some of the issues raised.
Thank you. Thank you for the interesting questions. Let me first thank you for that intervention on the challenges and how these landlocked countries came to being, and how we can transform them into, how we can take advantage of being landlocked and transform that to being an opportunity, seeing it as an opportunity rather than as seeing it as a burden. On your question about industrial development and competitiveness, and the issue of what I would call, what is called the rules of origin, I think that when you export if you export what we normally term as rules of origin, the local content of what you are exporting determines the tariff that is being charged, right? And energy can be used as one of the inputs. So if you are importing energy, it's taken as part of the inputs of the product that you are exporting. So if you are importing energy, if a country is importing energy and is part of the inputs, and you have a preferential arrangement with the third country, it means that if your commodity may not, you may not export that at, but it may attract some tariff because you are importing some of the inputs that you use to produce that commodity. So that, of course, it can affect the country's industrial development. So what I can say here is that, I don't know if I got your question right, but what I can say here is that there are negotiations on rules of origin. Rules of origin for, especially by least developed countries. The least developed countries have negotiated for better rules of origin. That they should be allowed to have a certain level of local content, so that is minimum, so that they can still be able to export under the preferential arrangements. Where a country is negotiating with third country for any agreement, it's very important that you take into account the rules of origin, because the energy content also is calculated in the rules of origin. That you produce the bottle of water, energy accounts for so much of this water. So if of the bottle of water, if you can only export under preferential agreement, I mean, where you get a zero rate for that particular commodity, if your local content is 70%, for example, but if you're going to import energy, and it means your local content then goes beyond, and then you have to pay a tariff on that commodity, that would, of course, affect the country's competitiveness and industrial development. So it's very important that in trade negotiations as well, the rules of origin, you take cognizant of the rules of origin, because they can affect your industrial development and competitiveness. Regarding the classification of the least developed country, I don't have but I know we use is it the World Bank? I'm not very sure which definition. There is a World Bank definition about the least developed countries. I'm not really much focused on the least developed, so there are some things that I'm not very clear about on the least developed country category. Regarding whether I'll check for that definition. Which definition do we use? The GDP per capita or the UN definition? GDP per capita. And on whether this category appeals to countries, I think the countries can speak for themselves. But what I've realized, my own opinion, is that there is this belief that if you are under that category, countries would benefit more from assistance. So countries seem to be very reluctant to graduate, because they believe they will lose on the technical assistance and other benefits that they believe they get from being under the. So a lot of countries are reluctant to graduate from from this category. So whether it appeals to these countries, it may be appealing because they believe there is benefit hence they take their time to graduate from being least developed country. Of course, others are really making efforts to graduate, but many are still reluctant to graduate with the fear of losing on benefits of being in. Of course, there have been some studies that try to quantify, or even just opinions about are countries really benefiting from being in this category. Say, for example, if you look at trade, the special and differential treatment for least developed countries, are they really benefiting from this special and differential treatment? The benefit is said to be really marginal because some of the, what is special and differential treatment, it's difficult also really to make use of those special and differential treatment. So at the end of the day, it's not like there are economic benefits to those special and differential. They're in paper, of course, but in terms of really quantifying the benefits from being a least developed country, sometimes it's not really that beneficial as perceived.
Thank you. Colleagues, we have another 10 minutes before we break for the lunch. So if there is any clarification, point of, you are very free to come in.
Madam, how do countries refuse to graduate by not implementing development programs in their countries, or by not giving statistics? How would a country, for example, country X, that for some reason would want to thinks that remaining an LDC is advantageous? How would the leadership in that country go about doing this? By not investing in education and health, or by not giving the statistics to, say, visiting UN teams or World Bank and whatever it is?
The statistics is available. What we hear from them, because I don't think they really do anything, or probably what they do is not really to implement either the already agreed program of actions. But what we hear from what countries say is that they will lose on the benefits. They will lose on the benefits if they lose. What they do not to graduate, I don't know what they do, but they have expressed the discomfort of moving from this category because they will lose the benefits. There is a lot of work that's going on now that our offices do. The assistance, even after graduation, they should allow a transition of a number of years, even within the UN organizations that provide assistance should give, during the transition after graduation, they should continue to provide development. But is it something that really can keep that can keep a country in that category?
Ok, merci bien, madame. Je crois que nous avons assez de documents de planification sur le programme d'action d'Istanbul. C'est un peu nouveau pour moi.
Yes, I think somebody asked the question. You see, one of the achievements of this action program during the presentation, I'm a little planner, but if you look at the priorities, it embraces a lot of things. So that alone, in my view, are signs to conclude that we wanted a lot of things, but in the priorities, we should be able to limit certain things. So this is a little contribution. I also want to know that as the monitoring and evaluation is organized, it's a new document. I want to understand a little bit about it. Thank you. Thank you so much. I want to congratulate Madam for her presentation. And I want, please tell him to move a little back from his mic. He's too close to the mic, please. Somebody point it out to him. I don't hear him. He has a very deep voice. Yes, for the LDCs wishing to remain in this area of poverty, that shocks me. I feel shocked to hear that, because that brings to mind the intervention of the Dean, who took the floor this morning in relation to the dramatic situation that has remained for the past 50 years. You see, it means the leaders of this country are not taking things rather seriously. But I want, by saying that, I want to remain willy-nilly in this situation. Leaders were not elected just for this. What is the vision they have for their country? If we reason under these conditions for 50 years, I don't think we'll be able to make any headway. You see, I don't want to, I'm in a certain pattern of life, and I don't want to leave that because I have money. What is the mindset that these countries have? I'm not a policymaker, but these countries that decide to remain, when they are given 10 to 15 years to, encourage people to get out of poverty. Is poverty a comfort, a source of comfort? You see? I rather want to make a better life than to allow people to pity me. I don't know what our leaders are doing. Maybe Madam can correct what I'm saying, but I feel a bit discouraged to hear or transmit the comments of each one of us, particularly as regard these issues. They are given 5 years to produce results, in which case you'll be an accomplice to be supporting such an issue. Thank you. Merci beaucoup. Le Chad. Thank you so much. I think Africans, it is high time that we make our own statistics speak out. Because I work at the Ministry of Planning, and we work a lot with partners, whether it is the United Nations or the World Bank. These are statistics today that we keep questioning. We allow the World Bank statistics and UNDP to talk to us. Now, in Chad, we've decided to revise the entire statistical apparatus and validate them, and not to leave an NGO to come, take data, and try to circulate it in the world. We refuse that. And this is why today we are classified as a least developed country. So I think this is what makes the difference now. We should refuse this absolutely. We have also decided in Chad to review our GDP, because we talk about a GDP today which is not exactly what the reality reflects. So we are trying to exchange views on an issue which is not, should not take so much time. If we consider our own data, I think it's high time we stopped with the data coming from the World Bank and the UNDP. Thank you. Merci beaucoup, le Tchad. Merci. Chers collègues, nous sommes arrivés à 13 heures. Il est l'heure pour le déjeuner. Nous avons une seule heure pour le déjeuner. On revient après et on essaye de synthétiser ces sessions pour passer à la session qui suit. Merci et bon appétit.